left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway. Ground them up, mixed them into a gel. Guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison. I am deathly ill. Gives you lemons. Don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day and thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down with the lemons. With the lemons. With the lemons. Please bring me more pain pills.
Hello everyone, me, Ruathlin. Today, we're going to be playing Up the Devil Episode 0, because if I can get through all of this on time, hopefully everyone who watches me will have enough context for Episode 0, Episode 2, which I'm going to be also streaming on the day of release. And I just hope I'm able to get through it all before then. I'm not going to make anyone suffer reading this out with me. It's just going to be all me. I'm going to do every single part and voice, and if people show up, then maybe they can take over somebody. But for now, it's just gonna be me. Yeah, I really love these games, and just so everyone knows, I am completely aware of everything that happens in episode 0 and episode 1. It will not be my first time playing through them. I'm not going to be surprised by anything that happened. It's I beat them both on the high roller difficulty, which is the hard challenge mode kind of thing. And in fact, we're going to be playing high roller just because I feel more comfortable with going all in on everything. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, even those of you who are only just listening on voice. It's gonna be a wild ride. I have some really exciting things coming for the episode 2 release dates, one of which being Moya Monami, who supposedly wants to be with me while we go through it. So yeah, looking forward to it. Well, that's enough said. Let's switch over to the game. I think I have, yeah, everything set up over here. Alright. This is a work of fiction. I needed that reminder, but here's the Of the Devil title screen. I could hit continue, but there's no real point to it. I'm gonna hit new case. We're going to go to episode 0, which is free on Steam if you want to play it. If you want to just play it on your own, it's free. You don't have to work. Yeah, Rue is a work of fiction, technically. Hey, I am a work of your brain. Not necessarily fiction. I am more akin to a hallucination, being a dream and all. Anyways, let's get into episode 0. Of the Devil. Rain sizzles on neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Cameras, lights, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand, nervous energy of it all. I'm pretty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's going to die in jail. Morgan. This is our criminal attorney, who is our main character. Ooh, I guess I'm Mystery Brew. Hi, Roxas. This is the outfit my partner made for me. New button must click. Yep, this actually kind of sort of matches the vibe-ish. Thank you. I'll let Vesper know that Faye is kind of fan of, at least the outfit. So this is episode 0 of The Devil, Roxas, if you want to hang out. This is just like the start of everything. I'm gonna be going through episode 2 later on, so this is just a way to get everyone acclimated to what's going to be happening. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map, and someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, and anonymity, that's a hard word, anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with clients. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Welcome in, Raxine. We're doing a little visual novel that I love called Of the Devil. It's kind of like Ace Attorney, but slightly more cyberpunk. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Yeah, I'm actually going to be doing episode 2 when it releases on the 23rd. It's going to be really exciting, and I'm going kind of really all out for it with some help from Maya Monami. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. Nearly a quarter past 3 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials. Yes, absolutely. I don't need tutorials today. Hi, Pandy. This is not my first time through this game. I actually played this slightly right before I was a streamer, so it makes sense that I kind of have already well, what's the word I'm looking for here? Know the good selections to pick. So don't expect me to not be familiar or need any kind of hand-holding. Where we're going, we don't need tutorials. Exactly. Oh shit, I skipped that one. L for backlog. District, precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. Nothing but a hologram for our welcoming party. When we get purple words like this, we could go up here and look at our brand new purple words. Hologram. Noun, a 3D image formed by light, enabled by specialized vectors or mediums like conductive resin. Holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180 degrees. An effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until much maligned Holiday season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and to highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. So yeah, I love the, whatchamacallit of this game. Aru is live, yes. Yeah, welcome in everybody. Hi Uma. But nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. And yeah, I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. Thank you. This is a model that Vesper Bloodwed made for me. Thank you for the Santa hat. It does not go with this model in a slightest bit, but I love that. It's kind of why I have these headgear redeems being agnostic and be able to put on any of them. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. Yeah, this is a mystery, Rue. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. I haven't decided a name for this. Vesper called it Spider Bite, but it doesn't look very spidery to me. Thank you. I will make sure to let Vesper know you think it's good. Live. Back broke? Damn, same. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. I forget how loud this game is. Is it really loud for you guys too? No. Okay. Hi, Illy. It's cold, so cold. Yes, it is. Looks like something to wear to a nightclub. It kind of fits the aesthetic here, yeah. It's not very cyberpunk, but you know. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe that they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. All during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when A modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording, assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furniture, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it can teach freshman level architecture. Well, I came to see what you were playing. Now back to Persona I go. Okay, bye-bye, Uma. I'm gonna be doing this game quite a lot over the coming days, so this is just kind of the first episode. If you miss this, you'll lose a lot of context. But boys, I can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles, the city planning equivalents of battle scars from a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A data pad? I'll bite. So we got another purple word. Hold on. Yeah. Terms. Data pads. Data pads. Noun. A mid-sized portable electronic device for use inside local networks. The lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks, usually marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers. Data pads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that data pads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, data pads are a mainstay in high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Okay. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative in a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Subway fixes Axe City to refocus on Canopy, declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded. Trying to figure out how this scrolls. City engineers announced this week that they plan to drain and repair the system, City engineers announced that this week that all the plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above the city streets. Reactions to the announcement to be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subway last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with the most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider the articles. I was not done with that. Give it back. Header pads? Oh, okay. Give it back. Yeah, ballsy of them putting a paywall there. As if I'd... There we go. Critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution, and with the Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to fully cooperate with investigators for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week, but with the subway now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Sebterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But the momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time for reasons we do not fully understand. It appears that you have zero free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. There we go. As if I reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing efforts on the Canopy. Though there will be increased scrutiny around the Canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lines the pocket of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. There we go, sorry. Clicking badly on things. I think this is the last one we need. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made out of the same stuff. Conductive resin. Noun, an industrial polymer capable of programmed electronic conduction. Though It outwardly resembles plastic or glass. Conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they are all fairly lightweight and fragile except this uh, small handful formulated for military and security applications. Because of its widespread use in a high turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven in court. Screen cracked, schedule a fix here. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably know the warranty of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through notifications. Though it looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Adius, as a reward for Annie. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all this scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine, so far so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Morgan, date of birth, December 26th. Height, 175 cm. Weight, nothing. Blood type, AB negative. Occupation. Ah. Why is my tongue twisting so much today? Occupation, criminal defense attorney. Likes, puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture. Dislikes, commercials, hairdressers, jogging. Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Coffee, decaf. Drink, whiskey sour. I really like this character. He's why I'm here, I'll be honest. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call Integ Hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their take, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, wasn't it? We're gonna go with scan my card. Hey there, Moya. Welcome in. And a moth. Thank you. I don't know, this outfit's cute, but it's thank you. Let's go with scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now, could you confirm your date of birth for me? Why didn't they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday's... if anyone's aware, episode 2 of this actually comes out on the 23rd. I am kind of sad they didn't do December 29th or 26th because, like, that would be Morgan's birthday. December 26th. But then again, I do get it 3 days earlier because they didn't go with that date. So I'm okay with this. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. It's so high. It's so good. I actually submitted to get a key for it, and they accepted. I'm actually going to get a key for it, and going to be able to stream it like day of release because of it. I'm looking forward to it ever so much. Is that what they're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to cause any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect the state standards. Congratulations, that's so cool. I know, I'm really excited. Gotta run, see you later. Well, bye, Liv. And I am in a Discord call on the Discord for me. If you want to like join in and talk, you know. Gotta catch a bird. Ooh. Make sure to bring your big net. Morgan, don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel. Sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, dully wrapped and warped across the gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Grug, hi there. Welcome in. What are you? I'm a smart user interface. Proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Salutations, Jack. Welcome in. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Oh, no, I haven't. What's going on, Greg? Let me just check the other server. I don't see any announcement. I don't know. Do I need to fix something? What's going on? Nothing. Just was trying to look at Grog Plant's announcement. I'm hoping that they not in your server. It was yesterday, I think. I don't know where it's at. So, what's your little announcement, Grog? Also, hi, Jack. Wish I had a dog that tells me when the next ad would play. Alright, I'm gonna read the next bit. Why the disrepair? I know the city is not terribly concerned with low rewards, but this police station, why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. Thanks for asking. It's not. Sorry. I missed a line. I'm adaptable. What about you? They gonna fix that crack? Thanks for asking. I'm not. It has not interfered with my work. Well, wrapping presents without scissors is fun for a certain definition of fun. I'm sorry, Liv. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. But you can go on a break if you like. Unadmitted dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door on the right. To the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyways. Ah. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No. Voices coming down the hall. Compared to yours, probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building like this empty, the desk could have told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the others with sounds with youthful indignation. It's not our job to... It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Cause why else would you bother to print all that out? One document, or 100, looks the same on the data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of these sheets were blank then? Yeah. No red car. No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh. Sorry about that, ma'am. Okay, wake up time for my Mayf? Maylif? I have no idea what you tried to type there, Maya. Is that meant to be like myself? We don't keep extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle the intake anyway. And honestly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. See in London. And this little ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Okay, I missed a couple of these, so let's read through them. Automated dependent, noun, legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity. Abbreviated as AD, and referred to in common conversations as AD or ADS. Automated dependent is a catch-all term. AD, sorry, that's what they meant. Catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs. The term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robot, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally legal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. So you're not even really allowed to look up artificial intelligence because, like, that term is banned. So, Farah Reyes, date of birth, October 19th. Height, 162 cm, or centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Blood type, A negative. Occupation, homicide detective, 3rd class. Likes, rice, limes, automotive history. Dislikes, liars. Small plates, cheap people. Enjoys, watching product reviews. Bad at, games a chance. Bright eye. OS, Iris. Osiris, Elite, 86. Kasim, London. Date of birth, May 5th. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Blood type, B positive. Occupation, homicide detective, 1st class. Likes, photography, jive bars, bangs. Dislikes, ties, pollen, after-hour work messages. Listens to podcasts. Hobby, pencil sketching. Frequently running late. I pinged you with a reply. Okay. Let me go look. Oh, congratulations, Krug. Or I guess I should say Greta now. If you want, I can help you go through like the various things that you need to do to change names on stuff. Very, very happy for you. Alright. I know it's really scary to actually put it out there. I understand. It's always the option of just making new accounts. I've recently had to do that, and it's not that bad after you get, you know, after you just do it. Ball of sunshine. He certainly is. Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments have been hectic all night. Yeah, but I have history with the ones I already have. I understand. And losing that feels really bad, but like, yeah. Like I said, I've done it. It's kind of sucks at first, but like, you get used to it. It's no trouble. Give me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Yeah. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? Can't be more than a few years younger than me. Ahem. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. I met such cool peoples like you on these accounts. Like I said, I understand. Yes, congratulations, Greta. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courtroom houses before. Never struck me as more of... He's never struck me as more than just some old timer. Okay, with ads, I will stop and wait for the ads. Because, this game's all about, like, the reading and everything, so I'm just gonna wait him out. Good luck, everyone caught by the ad trap. I really love this game, though. The episode 1, I feel really, really sold me on it, but like episode 0, I really loved. I can't wait to get to episode 1. Oh, yuck. Harry Potter ad. Attack is the lurking moon. Attack of the lurking moon. Welcome in, the lurking moon. We're doing episode 0 of the devil in preparation of episode 2 being launched soon. I'm hoping to get through episode 0 and 1. 3k more. 3k more. What? 3,000 more what, Illy? Oh, you'll find out. I am worried. Ooh, an 88 eepy. I always forget about this myself, but let's see my EP rating? Yeah, she should be. 24. Wow. I am worried. Illy, what are you doing? Ah! Hey, Bandy. Nothing, don't worry about it. Super worried about it now. Hi. I am solo reading out of the Devil today. Episode 0. I really like the detective story it tells. Detective-like. We're a criminal defense attorney, but you know. Same thing, right? Nap time is over. Welcome back, everyone. I paused, so then no one should have missed anything. Been here all the time, so I had to go out and walk Doggo and get the pack. Yeah, well, I have a lot of people who just lurk, and I want to make sure they know what's going on. Alright, so let's get back to it with the Devil. We're talking to the homicide detectives, Kasim and Reyes. Alright. Suppose an old-timer is an accomplishment in of itself in his position. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No. We're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural, must have been quite the commotion. Looking around, you think we're the first to arrive for anything? He's not wrong. They were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation? Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this little professional courtesy a fair warning. Yeah, that's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl. You can go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps, in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover the utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with the HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes waving wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flop from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging the exact same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to the cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. Breaking legends, urban news. There you go. Ba, ba, ba. I take it he's a repeat offender? Yeah, just see how how much she looks just like me, right? She's got such an aura to her. Yeah, totally me, right? I take it he's a repeat offender. Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard of his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Okay, we got a profile on the Heartbreak Killer. Heartbreak. Date of birth, unknown. Height, unknown. Weight, unknown. Blood type, unknown. Occupation, criminal. Likes, killing. Dislikes, getting caught. Fave color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you don't read about online is that all 6 of H guy's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at a shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. Putting 6 people with accuracy like that, it's a whole different level. Yeah, a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds horrific. That sounds pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you have only yourself to blame for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer? Tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, How does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files and the arcs, of course. Terms, arcs. ARCS, showing results for augmented reality crime scene. Augmented reality crime scene, abbreviated to ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARCS systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and the UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remained sealed. Alright, another sip. Go ahead and the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Eh. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night. All I care. Care. You mean the counseling order? We're at your disposal, counselor. Okay, now we have this little like peek around the place kind of section where we can look around and inspect the various things inside the detective's like office. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Rey's desk. Keeping your station neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. She's so new that she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. Loose wires, missing panels, an air-con system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Yes, the city sees that and just assumes that their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy. What with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms graced. So homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget, a dumping ground for police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. No one really needs to induce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. He doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are just better. Some things are better in paper. We'll give them that. I think this is the last one. The latest noble androids receive warm welcome. Both bolstered by a strong earnings report and a surging sale of animate 16 Noble Electronics stock rose, sending 3% this weekend to a new record high, while Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors. The increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Why are you not scrolling? Many investors were left skeptical when, at their now famous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. Okay, 2K left. 2K what? What? Squints at you. 2K what? Is this something I should have had a DM about? I don't see a DM. Don't worry about it. Points? Oh, is Illy waiting something? Waiting for some specific, like, something? You better not be trying to make me exercise. Many investors were Noble announced the 16th line would feature over 50% organic components, so-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in health, senior, and childcare sectors were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. While some critics voice concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienated its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Adamant 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no signs of slowing down. Many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike and personal charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. The lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand advisor Lucy Diaz on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that I should be trying to do it in Lucy's voice. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. Well, his reputation was on full display at the event. Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like the device looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can keep you reading? Yeah, no thanks. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just too frail. Honestly, I disagree with this answer because it's actually too expensive. They're just too expensive to justify. Oh wait, yeah, never mind. Hold on. Where's the scroll backwards button? Whatever. This comes. Okay, yeah. Honestly, the state always looks to cut corners, but whatever. The answer is too frail. The reasoning she gives, they're always throwing money at things. Sure, but that's because people hike the prices up on them. The government always goes for the lowest bidder on everything. If you can make it cheaper than anybody else, they'll go with you. You've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding the case of KL 433511. Press reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Talking to a person. I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preference. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply with C. C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Link. Alright, if I project from my phone... You up to point total, so exercise isn't worth it. It really isn't. Don't do it. Welcome in, Greta. Glad to see you decided to do the check-in redeem. All that does is let me know that you're here. I don't do the counting things. I don't want people to feel like because some people's counts would get really high and some people's counts would be really low. I want people to feel like bad about that. Alright, let's see what police have and what they think is important. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss. atrium and our aorta. The medical words. They're always so freaking hard. Seeing a gunshot wound to the heart, in brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. The killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Alright, so we got a murder weapon. The murder weapon, a revolver. I have found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would probably be an understatement. A stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, and while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not even a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was locked all night. Not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flagged as irrelevant. That's their technical assessment? Guess even crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But what did I miss? But did I miss anything? The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and Riprexazone, a synthetic glucuronide medication. Sorry, medical words are not good for my tongue. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain or generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. Know how to place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Okay, so crumbs is actually kind of important. Showing results for the Internet of Things. Internet of Things refers to networked data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security devices, biofeedback devices, body modifications, and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents. All comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information. Massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices. I'm getting IoT flashbacks. Oh god, IoT flashbacks. Say hi to other devices and leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help government manage human and vehicular traffic. Oh sweet, 1K left. I'm scared what you want to redeem. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further information with a premium account. Googly eyes! I got the serious eyes. This is the Forum Androids article. We have a lot of the evidence, which is just kind of rehashing what I said about them when I was reading their when we picked them up. So I'm not going to bother going through all these. This is kind of something we didn't get too much on, the autopsy report. Googly eyes Roo can't hurt me, neither can business Roo. It's been a while since I've had like serious business Roo. Since I did the version 6 upgrade for my my appearance, serious business or April Fool's Day Roo has been gone. But the googly eyes stay. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of the night? First person who comes to mind is, I suppose it could be something important. Red! What couldn't wait until the morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you've violated parole. Not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. And it's just kind of thing I can't handle with a keyboard and a fishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did you do? What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomachache. Sad. Gotta be like youth endangerment, depraved indifference, or some kind of shit. Sounds like you already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't not gonna get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HPK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age? And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like, wait. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up a lost cause pro nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know, they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. You really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should be in bed, friend. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with this? What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. So it took me a while to realize that apparently, what's happening here is that there's like 6-day school weeks for them, and they go to school on Saturdays. So she needs to like get hustling for school soon. Shit! Repeat offenders may be good for business. That kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it. Not your typical teenage, just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind telling me, filling me in on a few details. Okay, I need some water. Details. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Bakerflat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already. They really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being first-degree murder of his girlfriend, and Miss Diane Dawn. Blech. Why alliterative names? Blah. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. But Shit City's got damn near more cameras than people. So, gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that would make him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. What makes you think that this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. Okay, we got a new term. Digital autopsy. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentic, digital autopsy, noun, a post-mortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. There we go. Back. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. Widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates and many victims' families who lack ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by the state processes. Users also frequently search for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Okay. Flat. Carlos Flat. Date of birth, July 8th. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 94 kilograms. Blood type, B negative. Charge, first degree homicide. Criminal record, civil disturbance ×2. No charges. Registered at birth. Modifications, industrial, class 4. Known affiliates pending. Psych eval pending. Or stuff on here's the victim and what she looks like. So, this serial killer chose his victims at random if they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing at all. Other than they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown eyes, and brown hair and eyes. About the same height, bearable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't be a coincidence. If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type, anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair and brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait. I can take the hint. So you think, what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went out and shot 5 other women first. Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on what sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. And I see you are partying about something. Why are you partying? What's up, Illy? It is time? It is time for what? What are you going to do now? Ah! Okay, you've earned it. It takes a while to save up for this. Congratulations, Ellie. You make me dance. Feel proud? I don't know the lyrics of this song, so... Yeah. We will learn you. I don't think I need it. There you go. Now it's not competing for sound space. This is a, like, nearly 4-minute song, by the way. There's a reason why this is so expensive. And nothing. There's a reason why there's a cheaper one that only goes through like one of the choruses. For 30 seconds, you know. You know what's crazy? I have this turned down to like a tenth of the volume, and it's still this loud. Mordo is crazy with loud sounds. I do not get it. There we go. All better? Got it out of our system? Okay. Back to the game. We should have a 12-minute 12k point version for Weird Al's Albuquerque. I don't want to spend 12 minutes of my stream doing a song. That's a lot. Also, I don't know if that one's free to use. And we're in ads, so now I have to sit here and just talk. Do ads with all of you. But yeah, I've been quite enjoying Of the Devil. Is this not the... Hold on. Did I never change that? That's a significant misstep if I didn't. Caramella Dotson. Does it reset me to generic or to the pose? Yeah, it goes to generic. Hold on. I don't like generic. It's too the word I'm looking for. Like, if I lay back, my hands basically disappear behind my body. So I use this other pose that puts my hands out at least a little bit. There we go. Welcome back, Greta. I'm still gonna wait until the ads are completely done, because just because you didn't get 3 minutes doesn't mean somebody else did not get to escape the ads early. So ba 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 ba. Sorry, just chilling right now. Should probably have like gotten food sorted before I started streaming. I didn't think about it. Welcome back from nap time, everyone. Where I paused to make sure everyone was, out of ads before I continued. So now that our dance break and the ad break are over, let's continue. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. Currently masking off parts to do an armor trim for the blue tech. Oh, cool. So I'm just kind of like background noise for you. Neat. Of course, the masking always wants to stick more to you than the model. It doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd never been signs of hesitation. But if that were the case, there'd be signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. Let's talk about androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? Thought there'd be at least a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass are renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly, they're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Save us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to running checks for noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm, yeah. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger departments, or out on patrol, but not these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective yet. Yeah, really? Yeah? You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door and calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyways. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Timeline. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we've managed thanks to less biased sources. They were pretty confident about we've been able to piece together from their statements. The interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting at around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear on that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew it. They've been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. Then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. Net scrubbing, noun, the process of macro sampling all unencrypted data in a given time or place, referring to the process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime. An extremely common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and occasionally public relations firms. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, either digital or physical, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked after when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform. But pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard enough from concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Ah! A squid on my face! Help! Hi, Pandy. Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. No, help! Yeah. No help? No! Why not help? Well, it's gone anyways. Doesn't stay long, luckily. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m. Establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. And there they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand singular? Your client's modded cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a heyo, how, probably. How 85 Hillbillis, industrial grade looks like. Says he's suspect for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he can crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old's sense of fashion. You think a cop would ever cover her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. When it got tight, he arguing. Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54. 6-chambered, 10mm. Calver. Oh, retro. Showing results for Calver Firearms Incorporated, a manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062, when it was bought by Thor Tech, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of Lock-On Defense Corporation. Wow. Need more water. There we go. Though no guns have borne the caliber branding since production halted in 2016. The once iconic brand was briefly revived 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. Mods. Body modifications, aka mods. It's a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combinations of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, modern body modification movement is differentiated by shift from intrinsic factors, expression, or identity to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental health ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at: thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification system, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also frequently searched for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. There's some buyer's remorse there. Some more evidence. Now, retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? How old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamped trigger pools, safeties coded to owner biometrics. The past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he'd gotten away with this 5 other times? If he'd tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first site check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. That's not true. You can make and pack your own gun bullets as long as you have the casings and a bullet mold. Gunpowder's recipe is pretty well known by this point. Like, even if like it was scrubbed from the net, you know, you could probably still make it by looking for a book. Because like, there's a lot of books just full on with with like gunpowder recipes in it. It's really not that hard to figure out how to make gunpowder. And a lot of gun hobbyists I know pack their own bullets. You have to be a little careful with doing it because you don't want to like put too much powder in it where the casing basically explodes, making even worse. But like, you can reuse a bullet casing a few times. It's why you should probably collect your casings after every time you fire, because you can still use those ones. As long as they're not too metal fatigued. Yeah, this is stupid. This is the one part of the game that they just must have, like, checked out their brain. This government should be stopping people doing that. It'd be very hard to do so, is what I'm saying. You, just need to make brass, which the recipe for brass is really normal and common to find. The recipe for gunpowder, which is, again, pretty standard. And literally anything you could make a bullet out of, which would be like lead, steel bullets, copper bullets, you know, whatever the fuck you want. Confiscating the equipment to do so. I could do it myself with stuff currently found in a normal, like, tool box. Like, I could do this. Sure, there's like specialized tools that make it way, way easier, but like a pair of pliers and you can get most of it done. The only thing that might be a little bit weird is like a firing cap, because those are often sold like kind of like most people don't know how to make a firing cap. Which is like the initial starter piece of powder that explodes when like the hammer hits it. That might make it a little harder. But like that's not that hard to make. The ammunition would be over 30 years old too. No, not necessarily, but whatever. The novelty of his gun, of his weapon, has kept us in the dark so far. Didn't expect you to be an almost gun nerd, Lemo. I'm not. I just have relatives who do hunting, and I got to see the process of them making their bullets. It's real fucking easy. He has to pack for his own like hunting rifle because the bullets are a little harder to get, and so he's just like, fuck it, I'll make it myself. That's why I said almost true. Fair enough. I don't own a gun, and I don't really plan on having one. It's not that I disagree with people being able to own them. They're expensive, and I don't care that much. I'd probably save up for a taser first. Although I'm not looking forward to the process of like getting a taser. It's also in the ass. Yay, self-defense weapon, and yeah. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Gotta go. Bye-bye. Have a good night, Greta. I will try to have a good stream. It's already getting pretty late, so this is probably gonna be a two-parter. We might do the beginning of one, And maybe I make it like a full-on, like, I get it until we're done stream, but I'd have to start earlier. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. With all the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifle marks, all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. It's not precise science. It's pretty imprecise and actually isn't admissible in courts. But I'm going to give it to these guys. They have a lot lower pool of guns to sort through, so it's probably like much more easily able to be used just because of like how rare an untagged gun would be. And it's not damning enough. The spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. Untag gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just summarized then. You believe my client fought verbally, then physically, with his girlfriend, and then retrieved this weapon, and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. Guilty. And how was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of ways, unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. Heartbreak killer. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, it looks like you're trying to search a term relating to an ongoing investigation. Until the authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics to try to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists though, all kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders, in general, are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know he's gotten away what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registries are robust enough to make that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen, violent crime at an all-time low, and clearance rates at all-time highs. But are you going to spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history. In history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along, good point. Haha. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off, but pressure from the higher ups must be reaching its peak. They maybe need someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Yeah, well, even if nothing's standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How is that even possible? I know there are some rough areas in lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street corner and every other street in the entire city. You're saying haven't seen this killer on camera once? You'd think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did. I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into state's security network. It's not perfect. Just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Bad chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Even crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details, digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. Sorry. And the math schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. Those windows of opportunity are small and short, and taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, hub data, or city planning. They would have mentioned it if my client was a cop. He wouldn't have needed a public defender either. The file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation and not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So he does construction for the city. HK is only struck at times in locations where optics have been down, would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be a coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about data DNA from the other crime scenes. Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motive, tampering, or witnesses. Been like hunting a goddamn ghost. Sorry. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we caught him this tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two enlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing that they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to do hard work to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in Discovery Data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of that to happen. Can't say stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. Well, that was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Oh, so we got optics. Search term optics. Showing results for opt-in crime surveillance system. The opt-in crime surveillance system, abbreviated to optics, is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allow free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, Optic's Smart UI allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools reducing crime, and footage from optics often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People versus Erewhon. Users also frequently search for public security measure in my area, daily security level. There's also Let's Note, which rehashes what we just read. Well, gotta spit on that. No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering he asked for representation. Yeah, but the yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess we're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with works. I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's still not... He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. Kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor, but we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs. The cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I get paid either way. But the defense part of the defense attorney isn't for show, detective. Thank you for the hug, Mooney. And the glasses. Didn't like the serious eyes? I understand. Some people also would like me with feathery glasses. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. BWRP, we encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, due to ongoing controversy following the suspect suicide of inmate J. Galley, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but keeps him from, well, it's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m. D003. Oh, shit. Ow. Just 2 ellipses. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people, I didn't... I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... I said that too. All of them did. They, back there in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said I killed, acting like they were on my side, and then they thought that I could have, that I... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. Need more information, but if I approach this in the wrong way, he'll climb up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. Probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. What do you want to know? Let's start with something easy. Let's ask about him. Let's start simple, something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with civil engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped out optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. Do I? He works in civil engineering, not a desk job. Reyes says he was modded for work. That arm must be in custody at the moment. Based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. Utilitarian, right. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and restless and the rich, swamped in neon and chrome limbs like they're like the way just because they like the way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to be modded. Wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results, politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. Okay, nap time. So we are gonna wait here until the ads are done again. So, how's everyone's night? Well, everyone. How's my subscribers' nights going? And those few of you with Turbo. I hope everything's going well. I'm looking really forward to episode 2 as release, because I'm going to be streaming that too, which is why we're doing 0 and 1 as fast as I can. Again, I might have to do one in like one sitting, and that'll be kind of heck, because like it's a longer case than this one, and this one's already going like my whole time for today. It's, you know, quite a lot. It's been 2.5 hours, and I expect it to be about halfway over at this point. Because we still have to do like the defense attorney part of this game. So yeah. I really love the characters of this game. I think Morgan is amazing. I love how characteristic she is. She's definitely got opinions on things. You can see in like all the ways her phone is like, oh, you're not logged in. Oh, you have like this modification that makes it so that we can't, you know, do the things that we're supposed to do. Oh, you seem to be running like an ad blocker and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, that tells me a lot about what this character feels like, about the way this world is, with the advertisements and everything. Meanwhile, she weirdly treats the ads, the people who are like androids and things. He likes to joke around with them, as you see with earlier where she's like teasing that one that was at the desk about the break. And he kind of, despite everything, treats them more human than a lot of the other characters end up doing. We'll see that a lot more in episode 1 when I get to that, like, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday maybe. Probably Monday or Tuesday, or maybe Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, I think it does. I always figured I'd start if I started at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. That's the water. 1 second. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was. enthusiastic. He said, as the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned. Now that me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax rate credit. The new Citizens Disability Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked tighter spaces, high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? Speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. With the right word choice here or there still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with Long, once word got out that the case against him was real, every desktop in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? Mod therapy. Body modification therapy. Process of adjusting the human mind and body to the unique challenges and stresses that with cybernetic body modifications. Typically includes physical therapy, mental technique, instruction, and sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of patients that require such treatment. It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. Those cuts on his face are just from shaving. Never thought this would go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, problems started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust my own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people can get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no, I had found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. As long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been to work in weeks. bosses are generous enough to say my position might be still there when I get to working arms again. You can buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime. I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity right contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi. How Industries, as I recall, he's registered with one of their habilis models. If I took one step on site with an uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Logs is in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. The phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to wear? Oh, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me was a dead-weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's very shitty feeling having a part of your body that, you know they cut corners on. If it fits, it's compatible, technically. It's slotted in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend. The quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So, were you wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence. Okay. Phantoms. Pain or discomfort that brain experiences as coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there, the area of the nervous system where previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb. Because of large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning and often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the body modification movement debate over whether the modern scene has increased or decreased public sympathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty installation of cybernetic eye mods resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Schedule and consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. Users also frequently search for, "Hey, my mod hurts." Modder itching. Is my arm haunted? Indie. How Industries. How Industries is the world leader in research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics for commercial and private use. And we're hiring, and we're seeking motivated, passionate activists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsoring the results? See further information with a premium account. Flat's thing has updated. So it's flat. None of the top information changed. Occupation, civil engineer, canopy. Likes, airports, worn shoes, firm beds. Dislikes, caps, musicals, cashews. Favorite flower, poppy. Student debt, sizable. Luck, 4. And some more stuff. Flats rental. Flats prosthetic. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police backing it as evidence, so and have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm, only because at the time in question he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up out as well as can be expected. But this has all have been a warm-up for both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends, always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she's she was a genetics, focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. The career was starting to pan out. Whereas yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Sorry. Where was she hired? Category? No, Perigee Laboratories. Here we go. Some water. I say that like the name matters. Whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. It doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting. But Arco's about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. I was gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. She had adjusted well to her new job. Yeah, they love having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like it's been I've been a good listener lately. I never got the impression that look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would have deserved what happened to her. It was a long shot hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift the blame onto. But no of the suspects, I can't reshuffle the detective's suspicions. Not to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now I'd like to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened that night. What happened tonight? Yeah. Oh. Start at the beginning. Take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try Morgan. Next, right. I'll try Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been talking. I haven't been working. I haven't been making money. I haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at her. At myself. But most than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. Reports say that you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, that must have been when we started. When we got into it, and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line, and we both knew it, so I left. So you left? Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool me off. Help me figure out what to say, make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. While I was pissing away the time, Diane was. Did you bring your phone with you, or any other electronics? No. Kind of stormed off. I didn't even take my key with Bob's. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves. Did you go through a checkpoint or talk with anyone with spotted eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine. Huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is. But if my exact route would help, the cams probably. What is it? Sorry about that. Optics was what? Did that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't. Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos, the one person you don't have to try to convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. Let's just get it out. Let's get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. No, what it was. It was loud and it scared me. It came from the direction of our apartment. And I was walking back at the time. At first. But at some point, I must have started running. Because when I got back, so out of breath, saw that the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. It was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her. I didn't realize. Never thought she was. Lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. She was. I called her name and she didn't move. Checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. The gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? Touch that thing. Didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know about what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files. It's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. It's the fact that your fingerprints are on the gun. That gun. What? But I didn't do this. Wasn't thinking. Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? It explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun. So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. Seeing it in my own home, right in front of. We're in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. Don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night, probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane. You said you were surprised to see the room crashed when you got back. Clarify, you're saying that you never had a physical fight. What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me, crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from the data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back how the room looked when you left. Try to focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But well, the mirror was upright, of course. Clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point. The bed got tossed, the cushions torn. The urn fell. And the urn fell. Other than that, No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's it's just guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean. I think your drawing was pretty good considering. I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? You what do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? It's the police are calling it a confession. A confession? This is this is just a note to self. Pardon. Look, when we fight I lose my temper and say things I don't mean to. This morning I tried to write things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of fighting with her. Carlos, you say in your note that you hurt them. That's I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? At him. Sorry, I skipped this line. At him. Her what? Her her fidget tubbies. These collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters. She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale. But they meant a lot to her. Broke them. I mean, pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know what I'm swinging it half the time. Got angry and I ripped it off and tossed it in my room. Cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say you did break her fidget bridge a duckies. Hi Robin, welcome in. I'm doing episode 0 of The Devil. Episode 0 at the very least is free, but I'm trying to get ready for episode 2. Hello, Santa Goth, thank you. They haven't changed me out of this outfit the whole time I've been streaming. This is an outfit that Vesper made for me. It's technically Santa-y-ish, I guess. But hi, Robin. It's good to see you. So, we're Morgan. That's this lady here, the redhead. And we're talking to our client. So, yep, it has some Vespi vibes. Yep, Vesper made this, and I, they kind of like just like here, surprise, don't look at it, and like, I didn't get to see it until someone redeemed it, so yeah. It doesn't really like, not really my normal style, but it's not bad. Yeah, I had to just trust fair. Let's say he did break her Frigiduckies with this replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. Oh, yeah. Episode 2 of this, we're currently on episode 0 right here. Episode 2 comes out on the 23rd, so I'm trying to like speed through all these real quick. So then I have like, fair, right, not fame. Yeah, That's the way I was told to use it, so that's what I do. Not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. If the police insist on claiming a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, that's fair, but yeah, that's Vesper's joke. Whenever I say something that's fair, phase comes in with Fair's joke. You'll encounter it if you spend enough time talking with Fair. Couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so. All right, Carlos. Thanks for answering my question. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it. Oh, okay. Although before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? I'm pretty sure I'm getting it name or there. Yeah, heartbreak. Heartbreak. Being that psycho that's was trending all month. I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but pretty sure I'm sure everyone's on edge. That guy, like, out there shoots people through the heart, right? The police kept the victim's appearance far away from any upstanding news sources, unless he was already following the murders. Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, he was shot in the chest, but that's just doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gotta be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. I didn't realize you can smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. Or if he smoking in a non-smoking area violation. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I mean, like, playing cards. Oh, well, then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even when you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win, which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And you are lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. The state's the dealer. If only it's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it, winning. I mean, that's why they're up there and we're down here. And that's why they're the house. So, what do we do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Hey, Ruth, you know, Wake Up, Lady Gaga, Poker Face. Um, sort of. I don't think I could like do any of the lyrics from memory at all. But yeah, I've heard the song. It's pretty neat. We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands. Typo's ruining my joke. Me poking the screen doesn't show up on camera, so I would poke Morgan's face, but like, this is the best you got. There you go. Win more hands than we lose. And keep it up, and eventually someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. Our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thank you for poking her face. It's the best I can do. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy? What's you know there's there's this saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo. Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have the final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. They all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right, what she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generation, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. Very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, give your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by number stuff. See, hold on, I'm gonna make sure I'm in high roller. Am I in high roller? Yeah, I cannot be enabled mid case. I'm not in high roller, darn. Random Rue, you got sundress Rue. I can't enable it mid case, darn. It's not important enough to me. I've already did high roller. It's funner. I'm definitely going to be doing episode 2 in high roller. See, we found a note his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spending that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night, and the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, I remember having a dilemma on whether or not I should do high roller. I've done high roller for both 0 and 1, and I can prove it too. So, customize phone. I have all the phone customizations, including the one that's earned for clearing episode 1 on high roller, which just looks like this. It's a little risque for my stream, unfortunately. So we're going to go back with Morgan. Morgan time, Morgan. Alright. We also have Fran, a couple of fidget tubbies, and stuff that's spoilers for the episode 1. The only one I don't have is Neko Morg, which is a reward for playing the demo. The old demo. Which, I didn't play. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... Damn it, crap. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, weird. From your data, you captured it, right? Your non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. That's not GMO. Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. I was referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must have been from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh. Because that vase wasn't damaged. Because that vase is still pristine. How is that possible? That lady at the garage sale told me he was so old and delicate. Damn it. The one time I tried and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does this even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote the apology over. You're saying his confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flack broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and his impassioned note to self was his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? It's just I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we all can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. And now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room is trashed on the arc, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies could have been pulverized during the struggle too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. There's proof. It's the rental. Just take a closer look at the rental. You took her into custody. Huh? One swipe with your finger should show exactly how devastating to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You take it into custody. I'm sure your text found some ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy. Overjoyed because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that locked the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report said the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten late, sunshine, and just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled and panicked this note is. You expect me to believe he was upset over the fidget tubby collection that wasn't even graded? Oh, looks like it's ad time, so let's just wait it out. So, the case is starting to look a little better. We at least poking holes in the confession note that he wrote. It definitely wasn't a confession. It was probably something very much different. Poor guy. I guess some surprises for the episode 2 thing as well. Well, besides the fact that, you know, we'll be playing episode 2 and it's going to be full of surprises, I'm sure. But I have something else. So yeah, I can't wait to show it off. As soon as it's done. Sorry, I had to cough real quick. Hey there, Robin. Enjoying the music? That's a cute amount. Helen... Hot? Chrono? Almita? Hey, Chrono? I don't know how to pronounce that name. Yay! Good dance, though. Welcome back from nap time, everyone. It was a short one this time. That's good. Okay. Continuing on with the investigation. So basically we just poked holes in the ransom, not the ransom, the confession that they swore they had over our client. So let's, see where this heads. Setting aside, detectives raise surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You are correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why the note looks like an asylum wall scribbles is because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left hand anyway. Just thought it could be good practice. Taking into account alongside the ceramics. Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you're going to claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me. Their typical low-key fashion. You must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious what'll be next. You're gonna say... Actually say... You're gonna tell me actually wears an extra small. We're gonna stay. He does not wear an extra small. Is the raise option, is it also just grayed out? Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, Sharon, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. Still can't raise because this is the tutorial part. There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even going to go for a mysterious third party at scene of the crime. Prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. We're going there now without hard evidence. I can't currently prove a third party. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. You're damn right you don't. Clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't going to win that hand either way. At least I didn't overstep like, any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which is not smart. Hey, hey. Get in the right voice, please, Morgan. Hey, hey. But not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you still have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting it for me? You know what? Sure, I can use some fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Morgan. What you doing? It's covered in your blood. I remember that much. Doesn't that make me look like really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. That means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Not even innocent people going in prison. People with bad luck or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it's coaxing. What was that? What's it that it reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket, fresh from the lab. What's your angle? Couldn't tell. Unless this is actually hot sauce. Actually just hot sauce. No, that would be silly. She actually thought it over. So, what the hell's your point? Alright, just got thrown off a turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing your jacket, Carlos. She's proven your innocence. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in through the heart by a gun that happens to be World War tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they... So, it's not see, it's not feel, it's smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood. It doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Did you rejoin the conversation? I have been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket. If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff, hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell's she talking about, London? Modern firearms, or like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've gotten more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. I don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue? You talk my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. You don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd taken the time to highlight it. What? Well, whatever. That just means he washed it off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not possible. Impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges that Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but the gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So, if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were pretty dicey there at times. Once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. My cleanest work by far, overall, I'd say. Did she get a message? Wait, they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. I doubt she's pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. We should stay. She has something. Not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. But this isn't from optics. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers haven't managed to dig up something from outside the network. Had managed to dig up something from outside the network, which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well... Okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. I managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale of their tools operating on, I guess the chances are always in their favor. Are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. Let's say I got lucky means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Really, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that can enhance enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. You can kiss the admissibility of it in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. There's no way in hell you can get this past the judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. 1 second. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-handed fingerprints all over the gun? That gun? You're referring to my client? You think? We've established he wasn't wearing spotted arm at all tonight. But he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've established that he's weak with his left side. The left side had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you walk through the rain and when you finally get where you're going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, for judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. For that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. Both are true. It means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data, usually only accurate to the nearest public router. We DN on the phone's owner and ask them where. Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us this. The perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter. So, pretty obvious it was taken from across the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then they can clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. We're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. She's wrong. The photo was taken from the west. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to be taken from the west. What kind of bluff is this supposed to be? Good detectives are misinformed here. I need to take advantage of it. Time to pass the initiative. Press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now, in your photo has shown the exact moment of the shooting. And all together, that tells us this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider. Well, what it is, see how in the photo you can see the clock? If you look here, the clock is on this wall, which is the east wall. So it has to be this. Just one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I can pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me time of death is wrong? He's wrong. The time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and neighbors all agree that the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then, what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo. Analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time of the clock. The clock was reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because the police secured the scene, the clock was already knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room was in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. The hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information on the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add it to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean you have to play fair, Detective. We have to play fair, Detective. Bleh. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 o'clock p.m. the same time the photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim the clock's still on the eastern wall when it wouldn't have been knocked down during the fighting. You've got your logic backwards, Detective. Your previous shadow shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. So, I haven't been doing this, but you're supposed to, like, increase this and get more tokens. So, the glass, it fell on the victim, so the victim was on the ground before the glass was broken. Like, glass shards, what about them? Not much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. Not under it. Yeah, if the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got thrashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterward? That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So, what do you think you saw? What did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things got complicated? Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which the shit happened. So what? So what if the room didn't get tossed until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have the photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it was my client who pulled the trigger is difficult and maybe, more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can prove instead that he couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because that man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. We all know the room was tossed, that the wall was that the clock was on the eastern wall. It means this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in the apartment runs north-south. The only person who with prints on the gun is your client, and the only fact that matters is that he used it to kill six innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the whole pot right out from under you. You're right, the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claims 6 live. But we can't be looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... So, there's a mirror, and it's right next to the clock. We're looking at the mirror. What is that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. He hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So, I mean, what I, what I said about that photo, I'm glad it was recovered, because it just proved my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except, it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Some cost has gotten its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury, losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the time of his girlfriend, at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received a photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing the said photo to track down the real killer, he tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs a bit. Time to bare my fangs a bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system, and he'd have to bring it to a clinic, which would have had left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find, and he'd still have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for a full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections, Detective? God damn it. Bold. Good game, Detective Reyes. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA. Tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. And she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Yeah, sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about dismissal. There's still paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats. Get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, they'll be handed over to the next of kin. Then you can make the funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. Die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do? Well, if I know, there are some contracts I can give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. Try to convince them I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job too. No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. I love Morgan. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. Rorschach test with a singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into red fractal consistency, consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Heartbreak. Date of birth, December 26th. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, still not saying. Blood type, AB negative. Occupation, criminal defense attorney. Likes, high places, gambling, guns. Dislikes, nosy people, mud, headphones. Hobby, batting cages. Favorite dish, Apo tofu. Cannot carry a tune. Whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an intact gun for a fair bit of cash. But the cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark. In here, was the only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey. Yeah, did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with sound anymore to know that to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use even as a partial suppressor on my way in. Could really not afford some throw pillows. I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small shears of blind opportunity that the city eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there's broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. Just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. Actually, really irritating. I kicked over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. The final shot, there has to be some pile of shit in the corner, ruining everything. Kick the wall, something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. It's over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. Can't be clean. I'll have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This is all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. Yes, but so what? I'm not made of stone. After all, after that I did start actively aiming for the heart, but ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting, all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like some soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. Marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. It's some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. They got rejected 1 too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, heartbreak. You enjoyed your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is weighty tonight. Thick energized. Vividly foreshadowed summer rain. You can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. A warm sensation on skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off and the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always the most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Sorry for using my left still. That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home. Courtesy of our city's sprawling public transportation. Got in a bit after 11 o'clock p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly around 1:40 a.m. Posting for the public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly. Turn. Oh. How to start gambling. How to bet sports on the phone. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. George Augustus Sala, journalist. I wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to bleed out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans giving in on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back. The public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Hi, Toki. We're getting to near the end of episode 0. I'm going to do only episode 0 today. We're not going to start episode 1. That's going to be like Sunday, Monday, maybe Tuesday. So, episode 1 is a lot longer, so having 3 days to get through it before the launch of episode 2 on the 23rd. That'll help. I think I might end up doing it all in one day, though. Oh, it looks like it's ads, so I need to stop. Wait for the ads. Yeah. Very nice to see you, Toki. I was, I applied and got accepted to receive a free key for episode 2. So when episode 2 launches, the day of it launches, I'll be here and we'll be going through that. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, very nice. We love that. I don't know if you managed to see me and Maya go through episode 1 on her channel, but I'm gonna have a VOD of this so then people can catch up if they feel like it. I watched bits and pieces of it. Okay, well, on Tuesday I'm gonna make it like a big thing because I have a surprise. Gonna be really, really nice. Yeah, hopefully everything ends up working the way I want it to. So, yeah, just gotta wait for the ads now. Like, can't really progress while you're all in ad jail. Ba-ba-ba. So how's your day, Doki? I'm hoping going well so far. Ba-ba. I really like this game. Love its aesthetic, and I think its story is very intriguing. The fact that Morgan is the killer, like the big bad killer lady, it's really, really cool. Because that means, like, I know who's, kind of like at fault for a lot of the crimes that we're gonna probably be going through. And it's Morgan, who is me, the player. My day was good. Spent time at an arcade. Got dinner. Got home. Ooh, sounds like a interesting day. What's your favorite arcade game? Oh, ads are over. Alright, I'm gonna get back to it. A cold case riding away in the very back of the awareness. Public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching in HK's MO, there won't be an additional public pressure to find the culprit. Probably skee ball. I think I could play that for an eternity. Oh, okay. Um, I'm more. I'd like to go around and look for some of the old classics like Galaga or stuff like that, or try out new ones. There's this um Galaga DX thing where it was like a 4-player big party mode game thing. Actually, it was more like a Centipede, I think, but it was like a big party game where you and your your friends tried to take down like a mega centipede who had like boss battle rules. It was kind of cool. There won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now heartbreak can starve to death, out of sight, in mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have overdone things here or there, like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't smell of gunpowder myself. Yet Linda and Bellows seemed fixated on it. On it than I liked. More fixated on it than I liked. Ah. But obviously everything turned out rosy, and it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny, I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No. No, no, sorry, it's just I was mad when I left the apartment. Mad. I know she was too. So when she died, death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I mean, I know that, but can't keep just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. Present evidence. Tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. Piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. Pills for a modder. What is the... Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. He had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained trexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets. Those are a tricky class to do for a pill organizer. Be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when. But if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, she was doing what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. In my eyes, anyways. I love this story. We're almost done. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rub it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is just pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody and there's no bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford. Sorry, can I try that again? I am so fried. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? Do you white noise, aromatherapy? Whatever you need, you're doing, I need to steal it. God. Oh, I skipped a thing. God, I must have bags under my eyes. Dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. The prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. Despite her sometimes unkempt appearance. She's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all their adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job, and hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have you got doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Profile, Rockford. Emma Rockford. Date of birth, February 13th. Height, 165 centimeter. Weight, not sane. Blood type, O positive. Occupation, assistant district attorney. Likes, coffee, haute couture, which is fashion. High fashion, in fact. Dislikes, sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain. Eggs, Benedict. Plays, chess, jogi, idol 7 stars. Cat person, yes. Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was your client was a suspect in the heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out you won't have to go to trial against me. No, why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the same, and it's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but hard to catch a killer that leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you that they had HK in custody, and you popped out of bed, all excited to run down here. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. When I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. Same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks. I'm not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. I can answer that any number of ways. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean, not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he is too tall for the ballistics entry angles, and probably too heavy to not leave imprints. He got all that from a glance. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed out all that the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course they wouldn't have taken it. Couldn't have been him. Hmm? Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. Didn't match the profile. Good morning, Vesper. I'm almost done, as you can see. Profile? Yeah, Wait, sorry, you probably never heard of it. You know what a goddamn profile is? A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on the evidence of their crimes. Profiling. Profile. How to delete. Profile filtering. Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take care of the rain. Take the rain with automated, secure, and confidential tools that put your better than best foot forward and Lexi back in finding the right match. Not interested in our sponsors' results? See further with a premium discount. Almost done means you aren't done. Yes, that's true. Kind of fell out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs out to get advice on how to go about it. Almost Christmas means it isn't Christmas. That's true. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. About profiling. So this profiling, some kind of investigative technique. 1 second. Oh, I just hydrated, so I guess I'll take another sip. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points of passion, rage, lust. They even probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower the victims physically. Back to the one you made. Hi. I was in this for like most of the stream as it was, so here we go again. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments, a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. How much can his crimes really possibly tell you? Daddy is diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated at the courtroom. Almost like she's enjoying herself. Sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, uneducated, but all her playful instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Oh, just make out already. It's okay, I don't mind being in this outfit. And yeah, these two, they should make out. Though, I'm not thrilled about the fact that metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. Does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in a billion years. Oh, antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? They're not. I don't even. I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, HK's not a cop. How did they know about the blackout timing? Crime, edit, statistics analysis, probably. Pardon. Take an emergency response times from across the city, map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart them out, chart out the dips, and sorry, technical, I know. All the requisite data is publicly available. The map, a spreadsheet, and a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Heartbreaks Emma. At least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Where were there other shootings with the same amount? No, not that I've found. Other victims that fit the description? No, but not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, kinda look like me. Do they? Sure. What? You don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect always takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. That's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testimony to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untacked bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, slip up, a mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient. Now they got the public's attention. No wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah. Probably knew threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary, I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The 5 other were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, They must have He must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? That? No. That's part just takes one to know one. Hmm. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Emma's the heartbreak killer. Darling. Darling. Vesper, darling. We know who the heartbreak killer is. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. Sip all you want. We've already seen that scene. No, Morgan. I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. The deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. Actually, Emma's hacking Morgan's brain to do the killings as a way to toy with her. Oh, if only. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. No hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. You fall asleep face first on the table. I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. We'll set aside work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. And in a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers, will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well enjoy the view. Episode 0 end. So that's the end of the episode. There's nothing more. This is a preview for the next episode. We have Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I am sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy. Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really? educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Here we go. Episode 1. Yeah, these are the wonderful devs. Go follow them on Blue Sky and Twitter and everywhere else. There's the YouTube, and they're so good at what they've done. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard, and the company will have you set for life, and after too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So, that's just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. My father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Episode 1. An Idle Mind. London is great. There's so many characters that are coming up in episode 1. And I will probably be trying to do episode 1 in one setting too. But I'll have to start earlier and go for like longer than my usual. Doesn't matter. I got 33 credits, and I got so many credits I can just buy anything. I've done this game a couple of times. Okay, so we're going to raid out now because it's late and I'm hungry and I want food before everyone goes to bed, and I can't make food. Okay, so let's see who to raid into. Who's around? Office of Tortilla Drip? No, thank you. I'm going to have something much more fooding than a tortilla chip. There's so many people that are on. It's hard to pick. Ooh. So many really good people are on. I think all of you are already over at Maya's, so reading Maya is probably not like that useful. So I keep like putting Fainless on blast. I'm gonna raid Fainless because you guys should follow Fainless so you can see what we've been doing on like Tuesdays, because I would very much like it if you all started to join us on Tuesday for our Pathfinder night. So here we go. We're getting ready to raid. Everyone, have a good night. Next week, after my Saturday, which I do not stream, we're going to be over on Maya's channel for more Persona 5. We're at the very end. We're doing the last little bit. Afterwards, I might start upstream and do a little bit of the Devil episode 1, and maybe do like a first part of it and then the second part of it, like in an episode 1-2 part stream where I do the second part on Monday. Maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling. But that way, I can get through these games before the next episode comes out. Anyways, be nice. Read Fainless's rules, and he doesn't really have redeems that are disruptive, but you know, you had to put raid 1, raid 2. So grab the messages and we'll go.